Chinese onshore yuan rising 0.5%. There's Chinese onshore yuan rising 0.5% against the dollar.
All right, morning, guys. Hmm, not expecting a ton here. We're basically holding yesterday's 30-second opening range as supportive and holding today's 30-second opening range as resistance. So it's a very tight area between our 300 and our 400, basically. But yeah, gonna have to wait for one of these sides to break and hold. Or we just start scalping around these two pivots. Upcasts. So when does this Trump thing start? There's just no time for it. Just sometime this morning. Sweet. Testing our 30-second opening range high here in NQ off of our hold of our low. Rejected 400s and then held ETH low, now pushing above. I'd love to see our previous high hold as supportive for continuation up. If you've just got this 15-minute VWAP that's been acting as resistance for 5 hours, so it'll be interesting if we can get over it. Looking for VWAP holds on ES and RTY, or we're looking for this POC hold on NQ if we're going to make higher lows. Super important that we see bids here across the board. Understand if this fails, then it's just another rotation of this balance that we've been trading.
Brent crude futures fall more than $2 after EIA data shows larger than expected build in crude stocks.
Failures on our 30-second opening range high and POC shift. It's just rotating back down. Again, just a failure at our 15-minute VWAP and just another rotation through balance. I probably won't take anything until we know what time Trump's talking. Just to be honest. I don't know, maybe something will change, but I don't really have any interest in this balance.
Navarro says Trudeau should tone it down. The White House trade advisor Navarro speaking on CNN. Bank of England's Taylor said that I would take a pause if second round effects emerge. Bank of England's Green says it's not the case that MPC is sanguine on inflation. Also, UK 30-year gilts on track for the biggest daily rise since April 2024, up 13 basis points on the day at about 5.267%.
I was just thinking that's a crazy phrase. Like my man couldn't just say optimistic.
Bank of England's Green says it's possible people are now more sensitive to inflation.
A huge take from this guy today.
Navarro says we've had 2 days of volatility in the markets.
2 days only, guys. I don't know if you knew that. Only 2 days of volatility.
UK 10-year gilt yields on track for the biggest daily rise since April 2024, up 15 basis points on the day at around 4.682%. IBM shares falling 2%. Bank of England's Pill says, I'm not yet fully confident inflation is squeezed out.
Man, eggs are like $7 at Aldi's right now. It's actually over. That was the last line of defense. So how much are eggs at Erewhon? Are they like $40?
Bank of England's Pill says we need to maintain restriction in system.
I think I'd rather starve than buy a $40 pack of eggs. Just like
Also
my
being cited by a
principles.
source now, the US held direct discussions with Hamas on release of
Erewhon
US hostages in Gaza. So
egg
there was
price.
earlier on there was an Axios piece saying that.
They're $17 for a carton. Somehow not as bad as I thought. They're basically priced the same as everywhere else. Another rejection of our PVZ high and our 15-minute VWAP. Just balance until Trump talks, I'm guessing. And then probably down after that, unless they cancel tariffs. That would be my assumption.
Navarro says, when we trade, we have competitors, not allies. Bank of England's Governor Bailey says the labour market is in balance, but still weakening.
Ugh. Some of the stuff that these people say, like that, like they're just trolling. Like it's actually just trolling.
Bailey says underlying inflation path is downwards.
Yeah, $1. That's what I was just looking at. $17 for their brand, and then standard brands like $9, $10. It's pretty in line, to be honest. $1 an egg is crazy
Bailey
though.
says demand weakness argument may be getting stronger.
What are people doing that are trying to take in like 100 grams of protein a day now that they can't just buy unlimited eggs? What are gym bros doing right now? Now that they can't take in 3 hard boiled
Navarro says
eggs
Trump
per
is
hour
right. There will be some tariff
to meet their protein
concessions.
goals. Raising chickens, you think?
Bank of England's Taylor says pay settlements are coming in as agents estimated.
They're just skipping the middleman. Egg whites are still priced fairly. I'll have to look. Maybe I should start selling eggs. Yeah. Another full rotation here off of PVZ, NQ, ADR bounce, and PVZ low. Rotating back up to our day open. Again, we're just stuck in balance, probably until Trump starts talking. It is up to you if you want to trade it. I'm guessing you probably have another 30 points on this trade into 50, but this is our first resistance here into day open. Just watching Russell to see if it also finds resistance here, double topping. 420 and then 450 are your targets, where we've just hit 420. No, there's no scheduled time. It's just sometime this morning is what it says. Which is also not helping the market. Actually, just in a holding pattern. Varg, what do you do for your protein? I know you're a gym rat.
Bank of England's Pill says the debate is about how intense disinflation forces are. So again, debate is
Chicken
about how
breast.
intense disinflation forces are.
You just get like the one in the like the vacuum seal giant packs, the frozen, or what? Yeah. I feel like that's still probably the best deal. I don't know if there's anything cheaper than that.
Pill says I would err on the side of caution on rates.
Yeah, Costco can eat some of this compared to smaller brands.
Traders trim Bank of England easing bets and see fewer than 50 basis points by the year end. So just in regards to seeing US chemical stocks as seeing a rise with Asian peers on China spending. We see US chemical stocks advancing Wednesday, following peers in Asia higher after China unveiled its growth targets overnight and signaled plans to ramp up spending.
It's $3.69 a pound on Instacart, so it's probably
Bill
cheaper
says
in
bank
store,
rate
Rory.
from here is in a falling direction.
If 420 you can hold supportive, it's a pretty important test. Russell's showing its first signs of weakness. We need to see it also show any interest above our value if we're going to keep going, or it's just going to be another rotation down. Just keeping an eye on this. We've got 50 seconds until new 15s. There's definitely someone new trying here at this 400, 420. I just don't know if they're going to be able to hold or if they're going to go off sides. It's the only reason I'm even talking about it. Russell leading down, failure at 20s. I'm going to watch 400, 420 now as our offer on a retest now that this buyer is offsides. See if we can play this rotation down. Keeping an eye on a retest for a lower high.
German 10-year yields rise the most in intraday data going back to 1990.
You're targeting PVZ low. You're at 348. Watching to see if offer can shift here to 380 as we push down. This is your first risk off here into PVZ low. Alright, that was my first trade of the day. It's an easy one. Sick of the failure to hold 20. Then just play the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Failure gives you a ton of information. Yeah, I feel like the area that I got in was probably the only thing that I see. Which is just the reoffer for 400. Right, because we know that this is where the bid was last, and we've just seen it step below, and now we're seeing a little bit of relief here, and then a reoffer of our opening range low, and then we get our rotation down off of the failure. It's just the same trade, but the exact reverse, right? We got this doji from the push-up candle, and then we rotate it up, and then we've seen the look below, right back to this, and then we see our offer holding our 400, and then we get our rotation down. This should make a new low. Or sorry, like a new local low. Definitely looking for one more leg down. Maybe down into 310s if you've got a runner. We'll see. Gotta watch 320 first, 330. But there's definitely a new player who's offsides above us. There's a pretty large shift of value there from 400 to 420 with someone new being offsides above. So if we can't just balance here at this low, expecting the guy who's positioned here in our 30-second opening range to now be pretty offsides. And we also have another participant who's trading at this 380. So we could see maybe some chop here.
US index
Build out a bit of a
10
balance.
Chinese hackers over
Look for a look
years-long
above.
cyber
Come up into
espionage
this
campaign.
failure. and then rotation down. See something like this happening, maybe? I don't know.
Also seeing Germany's 2-year bond yield up 24 basis points to about 2.257%, on track for the biggest daily jump since March 2023.
We'll just keep an eye on it like this. See which way we break this balance. And if we can hold the highs on a break above or a break below. We're just going to be looking for offside participants in this little consolidation at our lows. And we know, again, we have a offer sitting at 380 and at 400. And those will be our targets above if we do break this high. Until then, downside is still persistent with lower highs. So this is a downward channel on the short term. Am I seeing this played on Footprint? Yeah, I am.
Brent crude futures fall to the lowest since December 2021 on US crude stocks build
Here,
and
post
OPEC
it.
Plus output increase plans and Trump tariffs.
This is when I started talking about this 400, 420 area. We started to see this buyer step in here at 420 when we were pushing above. And we know that this is just, we're trading in a box, right? Like there's no shift out of this box. But then these new participants started to try to load here. And we know that there's absorption above us into this 450, 460 area, which is why it was my target. And we know it's also our 15-minute VWAP here. But with this, we were looking to see if bids were going to be able to step in and hold for that rotation up, for that last leg. I really wanted to see that, but it failed. So as soon as we start to see this failure here, we know that there's this participant who's at 380s, and we know that this seller is absorbing these guys off of the failure from these buyers. And now I'm looking for acceleration down on this failure of 380. So now we're just stepping down, back down into this tail here. And we know that this is that low based off of this, right? So I'm basically just playing around two participants right now. Really three. We know there's absorption here. This is the most obvious absorption I've ever seen in my life. And we know that there is a buyer down here. So now we have two zones to play around. And now we have a new participant, which is what I was talking about before, who's positioned here. So we need to either see a very clear lift and push through this area between 450 to 500, build this out, and take out this supply, or we need to rotate down and we need to take out this low into 300s and then start to see basically our seller step in, eat up a buyer, absorb them into here, and then accelerate through, which is the downside leg. Or we're just going to continue to rotate through balance. So this is how I view it. We've got basically two main zones and then a new participant who stepped in
Fitch
here
Rating says
for a lower
US
high.
tariffs exacerbate macro concerns for Mexican corporates.
So yeah. I need a new mouse. My mouse is acting up. So we didn't need the look above. We held our lower highs, and we failed on reoffer here at the bottom of range. Kind of unlucky. I would have liked to see this retest, but this is fine. We're just doing the full push down now. So we'll see how we interact here into our lows. I'd like to see a retest of like 340. Yeah, I think like 340. 335. I just want to see how we interact into this edge. I'm going to delete this for now, and we can reevaluate if we push back above. But I think that offer has shown itself pretty well. This is just bottom of range again. Remember, with what we just talked about, we need to see price step below 300s and then reoffer and hold it for a breakdown of this range. Based off of the footprint that we just went over. Testing into that area now. Or it's just going to be bottom of balance, so then we rotate back up. Accelerated look below. Now I'd like to see a retest and then a clear sign of absorption. See if they just accelerate through and they don't go as an entry. It's possible. I would hate it, but it is possible. Be patient. Says previous day value low. I'll watch for a look into 290, 300. That is what I will be waiting for. FOMO here is just not a great look. Did I update it? I don't think so. I mean, I adjust it some days, depending on like the volatility, but the base is the same. Sell side trying at 280. I don't know if I trust it. I want to see us go up a bit more. I'd like 290, 300. All right, pushing up into it. Let's see what happens as we retest this offer.
21.
Big test. I think sell side's valid until we push over like 315, 312. So this entire zone is where we're going to be watching to see if offer holds as we push in. Just want to see a pretty clear rejection. And then continuation down, or we'll just rotate balance again with this guy being off sides. Watching our retest of our value here on RTY. 78.4. Looking for sell side to hold this or push us back over 380 for a confirmation of balance high. I'd like to see a step below 290 for confirmation for seller. If bids can get back into value, then we gotta just kind of say like, oh, nope, this fails. Watching this area. We have 12 seconds until new 15s. I want to see us below 290s for first little confirmation, or our bid will be sitting there. For my ES enjoyers, we could just use the same thing. This 68 is where we're watching for the bid. This 290 is where we're watching for the bid on NQ. We want to see sell side step below and then hold for a secondary seller. Here, first risk off here into previous day value low, 270s. See if we can step down and continue. Need to break our lows. Good hold of where we wanted.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey questions marks around productivity data. They can question marks around productivity data.
Now we need to see our offer step in a bit lower. Retesting our 290. This guy fails. That might be it for the move. Held our previous day value low. Need to get below that for more. So just following pathing right now. Again, we want to see a lower high. Or this is probably it. We'd offer at 290, right back down to our 70 previous day value low. Again, need to start to see us inch below that, right? We need to see sellers take advantage and move that ladder down.
Swaps no longer fully priced in to further quarter point rate cuts for 2025.
Holding here is just not great for sellers. We need to see this look below and then accelerate below. If this holds the bid, then we watch to see this kind of rotate up like this, and then it's just our balance trade all over again. RTY new low, leading. It's a great secondary risk off here into our wick lows on NQ. We'll watch to see if previous day value low can now hold as offer into 270. Something like this. Pretty aggressive bid. See if I can hold above. Just a hold of our wick low on NQ. I stop out over 300, by the way, for break even. And then we'll reevaluate. If bid's sitting at 70s, then this sell side's probably over.
Bank of England's pill on labor data says pre-pandemic is the benchmark for quality.
I'm watching retoast.
Also seeing the euro hit new 4-month high against the dollar. last down 1.4%.
Testing into 70s now, watching to see if bids here. We need to see a strong 70 bid and then a hold above 300s off of that for any sort of upside confirmation. If the 70 bid fails and we look back below, that'll be probably our downside confirmation. So again, really keeping my eye on this area. My stop on my runner is just at 300s, so I'm leaving it there. I don't care. But if this 70 bid holds and then we're able to look over and then do something like this, that probably is our first signs of a right side of V kind of play for balance. We'll know and have confirmation above. I mean, really, 300 is the bid. Like, we got to just look above. This pivot is all I care about. I'm going to delete this pathing now that most of the leg is played. Now we wait. Tagged out, watching to see how we interact here at 29300. Bid can hold, looking for rotation up to previous day POC and our halfway back. Super important that we're able to now find a bid for a secondary buyer here, or it's just going to be a failure at our highs, and then we'll look back below, and then I'll look to get back in a short. Watching interactions here. Flat until proven otherwise. Watching look below. I need to see a reoffer and then a hold if we're going to go down, and then I'll look to re-enter. If this is just going to balance around here, I don't want anything to do with it. Need to see seller step in pretty quickly here. Invalidation over 90. We need to see basically this 86 to, I mean, we just need to see them continue to hold. What we're seeing here is some absorption taking place into our 90. We're seeing sellers now trying to step down aggressively. We want this to hold for this continuation. The problem is that there's a bit of volatility that can, on NQ specifically. So as long as we're holding below 90, I think we're okay. We've got, again, absorption into 90s, seller now trying to step down into 70s, the 70 to 64. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to call it a level to a T here. We're basically just trying to see if this develops out.
New 4-month high against the dollar, last up 1.4%.
If this guy fails here again, it's just going to rotate back up. So it's really important that the offer is able to step down here. Confirmation now is kind of shifted. Again, we're seeing our offer now move down to 65. Absorption into 90. This is now my sell side pathing if we were going to hold. What is going on? Why can't I draw? Into 90s, look below 65 for acceleration, or bid holds here and we rotate back up, trapping this guy. I see two possible trades. This 60 to 70 area holds this bid, and we rotate up to like 340, or this goes offer, and then we accelerate through and push for a new low. So really keeping an eye on this. These are the only two areas that I see. Everything else just kind of looks muddy. The things that I care about is Russell still in a downtrend, and is it leading, right? As long as that's happening, it's very hard for me to validate any longs. So any look back above, then we can play this upside path thing. Until then, I'm watching this 60 to 70 area as offer. Continuation down.
US stock indexes move lower. So S&P 500 and Nasdaq down 0.5% each, and Dow down 0.1%.
Offer
US
sitting at
crude
50.
futures fall to the lowest since May 2023 on US crude stocks build, OPEC plus output increase plans, and Trump tariffs. Bank of England's Green says German budget plans are the first time in my professional life I've been surprised by German spending policy.
Watching for an offer here into 60 to 75 if we're going to hold. Flip this, and then we got to rotate back up with these guys being trapped. Super important to keep an eye on Russell for a loss of momentum. This is so off, man. Why does the offer just keep leaving? So annoying. All right. I'm attempting to play this bid, see if I get stopped. This flip is interesting to me. If this fails again, I probably won't touch this area because I don't understand what's going on. But if this is to 305 and then 340, so just keeping an eye on this. There's clearly someone trying here, but I am just not willing to have a larger risk than this 10 points. So it is what it is. We'll see. Failure here is just going to result in rotations to 240 again. So need to see a bid step in, watching our Russell pivot. Yeah, nope. Oh, wait.
China files revised dispute consultations request with US on tariff measures, according to WTO. Zelensky's top aide says he had discussed with US National Security Advisor steps to achieve just peace. And Ukraine and US agreed for a meeting in the near future. That's Zelensky's top aide, Yermak, commenting after a call with US's Waltz.
Everything's saying downside. Everything. We have 50 seconds until new 15s. I'm not touching this shit. I was invalidated twice, so I've been waiting. New 15s in 10 seconds. I'm like trying to see what I was wrong on, and I don't really grasp it, which is not cool. I still think like that 90 is valid. I still think absorption into that 90s is taking place. I think that sell side's in control as long as we're below 60. I think it's just the 10-point stop. I think that's it. It's a bit messy into that 60 to 80. But like that's just bid getting absorbed. Hmm. We break below this 15, and acceleration's pretty likely down here with the sell side trying to build a new node.
EU Sojourn says suppliers for the auto industry in France, even car makers, could take part in some tenders for the defense industry.
So far holding. Again, offer is sitting at like 63. Absorption here. All right, this is everything that I see. Watching Russell lead. Bid still willing to absorb sellers into this 15 to 30, watching as we rotate back up to 55.63 for offer for a lower high. Everything else still holding. We need to see the offer shift down again. We know supply is up into 80 to 300. We're watching to see if sell side can hold here for a lower high for continuation, or if this is going to flip bid. Retesting now. Not looking promising. Another clear sell into 80. And this flag needs to continue to maintain here or flipping below 55 and reoffer. We just rotate the range again off of this failure above. Need to see this continue to hold and then pop. There's our pop. Thank Jesus. All right, worth.
US weighs 1 month delay of Canada Mexico tariffs on autos. Again, US weighs 1 month delay of Canada Mexico tariffs on autos. Seeing movement towards the upside on the S&P 500.
Fucking hell. I've got one runner left, 70 average.
The Trump administration is considering a 1 month delay for automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada, according to people familiar with the matter, as a temporary reprieve following pleas from industry leaders.
Please.
Administration officials met Tuesday to discuss the matter with heads of Ford,
380's
General
offer.
Motors, and Stellantis, according to some of the people.
I thought I was losing my mind.
Another meeting on possible tariff relief is set for Wednesday at the White House, people familiar said.
Don't worry, guys. If this is real, if this has any continuation potential, we'll play it. 45 seconds till new 15s. Buyer located at 27 below. Watch for a higher low there. Super good bid at 27s, 25 points so far off of that. See if we get continuation. Again, 380 has to be your first risk off. Beautiful, beautiful. I don't know if I could have given you a better bounce point at 27. Sheesh. I'm flat until we can get over 400, 420. This is our 15-minute VWAP.
S&P 500 index turns positive. German bonds end worst day since 1990 with 10-year yields up 30 basis points.
Too tilted to try again. Feels bad, man. Okay, well, that's why I was like kind of not understanding what was going on because like everything was telling me that that pivot mattered, and then we would just like it would just like disappear. It was like, okay, well, when I feel like I'm going to be right, but my stop is wrong, is what basically what I just said, right? It was like, I can't do this with a 10-point stop. Like, this isn't working, but nothing is shifting about our levels. These zones make sense. Everything makes sense. It's my execution that's poor here. So just waiting for new information and then seeing buyer absorption into that 15 to 30. Like, okay, now we're seeing this guy offsides here again. We're now watching for just basically the break and hold. We have a very clear look here
Up as much as 1.2%
with
US Way's auto tariff delay.
this pivot. It's like this is either going to hold or it's going to offer and then rotate through.
With the US next week.
So I'm fine looking for a bid as long as we're maintaining here, but understanding that the flip has to be like pretty you have to be willing to like flip very, very clearly if we do start to show any sort of weakness through. Like it's just you have to do it because then we're just playing the balance again. So as long as we're willing to hold our edge high and bid, it's just like, okay, well, I'm looking for at least 290 here off of this move. Did we expect this pop? No, hell no. And I'm not going to say we did, but 290 is what I was looking for off of this hold, and we squeezed through, punishing all these people at the lows. So now it's just a matter of, do we get follow through? Right, we've gotten the squeeze. We're seeing buyers really step in size. We have sellers who are offsides. We've traded back up to our major sell here at 380, which was our target where we closed our long. Now, where do we find relief? I don't have that answer for you yet. I'd like to say 320, 330. I'm seeing a pretty solid bid there. We got our bounce at 327 off this buyer that I saw. So I'd like to see this continue to hold. But we're just in a new balance, right? This 327 that's here. We're watching to see if Russell and ES can build out higher lows as well. So I'm going to continue to watch this edge and see if it can hold and if we can build above 380s for a continuation higher. But there's like 1,000 lots that are offsides now at 380. So we're going to need to see some pretty significant bids step in and get us back up over this, or these guys are kind of screwed up in these highs. This is all just like absorbed. I think failing to continue to find a bid in this like 20 to 30 area is just going to result in a full retrace of this liquidity here. So it's super important that we continue to see this hold. Or again, like these guys are just going to get really screwed up at these highs. No, I wouldn't beat yourself up about that trade, Surf. This area was ass. But like this is what I saw. Just to give context. This is what we looked at. This is what the low looked like.
Seeing
And
US
I
dollar
think it's
versus the
really
Canadian dollar
important
after report
to
was considering delay of tariffs on Canada
see
and
that
Mexico.
on
Last down
our
about 0.1%.
right. This is what the low looked like on our delta.
So according to sources, Trump held a call on Tuesday with CEOs of GM, Ford, Stellantis chairman on potential auto tariff delays. So just getting a wider notification here to some of the other major Ys.
So into these lows, we are seeing sell side really trying to hammer it down and unable to move. Just immediate bid. So just like absorption into our lows, and then a shift from this seller as we tried into these lows to a positive delta, right? So holding our lows, mass size kind of coming in and failing, and then bid kind of taking over in control, and then just a huge rotation up from that. And now we're seeing the same thing again, where bid is getting absorbed into this 380, 390, and now we just have to play around until we can figure out where this pivot is. I'm guessing that it's probably going to be a retest of 300s, as annoying as that is, just to retrace some of this move and come back down into this 280, 300. My local pivot is this 327. We're watching to see if that'll hold, but we might need to retrace a decent amount of this into this 280, 300 area if our 327, 330, that area doesn't hold. But this is what I saw into this low, which was like, oh, okay, maybe there's a bid. What's the indicator called on the bottom? The panel? Just volume delta grid. I was listening to some interviews with car dealerships, and they were saying that with these tariffs, that new cars basically get a $20,000 price hike, just base new cars. Like a lot of dealerships to make profit. Like they have to up their prices. So like an 80K car is now 100K, just off rip from these tariffs. Disgusting. It's like, and they were basically like, no one is going to buy this shit. So it makes sense that all of these guys are complaining. Where does all the money from tariffs go? To the treasury, and then it's up to them to decide what to do with it. Can be used to handle the deficit. It can be used to bribe the American people with a one-time payment. It can be used to create a crypto shitcoin fund to pump your bags. It can be used to um, build a new golf course. You know, just giving some ideas. But yeah, it goes to the treasury, and then they can do whatever they want with it. Buddy, it's all going into shitcoins. Stock market is so over. It's over, bud. Hope you've got your Cardano. I'm down bad. Well, true. I mean, honestly though, that's probably gonna get rug pulled as well. That crypto scheme, yeah, man. I don't know. I don't understand that. It's like the most like low tier AI slop games that you could find on like mathisfun.com, and then just like you're pay to play pool based lotto. It's like a lotto with extra steps for no reason. I don't get it. One day someone will make something nice on Web3 that actually is like useful. Until then, it's just another gimmick. Huge crypto phone. Yo, what's up, Flex? Morning. Testing into this seller here again. It's 390, 380. Watching to see if they'll continue to absorb here. It looks promising for a bid. I'm flat. I'm waiting. I'd like to see a very clear look above this absorption and then re-enter into this trade if we can see a bid step in. But as of right now, I think buyers are definitely trying and are so far it looks like to me winning. Again, I'd really like to see 380, 390 continue to hold the supportive from this look above if we're going to keep going. The reason why I'm a bit scared here on the overall idea is that this is our 15-minute VWAP, right? And we've sold every single attempt into it. So I'm just keeping an eye to see if this is going to be a clear shift from our sellers from this area. I want to see a flip above for me to care, or it's just not really
Nasdaq
worth it.
100 index turns positive. S&P 500 index ticks up.
But what I mean by not worth it is that I've exited into here, and I don't have a really great opportunity for risk to reward here until I see this flip, which is, again, we're attempting it. It looks good. I just, from my original entry, which was here, right? Like I need to see a bit more from buyers for me to care. Later, Sparrow.
according to Meta Chief Product Officer Chris Cox, saying that Meta AI is now the most used AI assistant on a monthly basis. Company has 700 million monthly users. So also you seeing US stocks turn positive after report US weighing delay in Mexico Canada tariffs. Seeing the S&P 500 up 0.2%, Nasdaq up 0.3%, and Dow up 0.4%.
This is a pretty important pivot from yesterday. 61 to 70. See if we can build above. Got liquidity below in here.
Euro hits the high since July 2024 against the franc, last up 1.5%.
I'll feel so much more comfortable with this upside move when Russell decides it cares about any price over our 30-second opening range. As we rotate down off of our failure to get over our pivot at 61 to 70, just watching to see how we interact in this liquidity below at 15 to 27. Think getting one more leg down on RTY. We'll see. Maybe down into like 78 if we fail here. Make a lower high. Just keeping an eye on this. Watching to see if the offer sits at like 83, 85. Mm-hmm. 30 seconds tilting 15s. Mm-hmm. New 15s have opened. Buyer attempting at 65s on NQ. Just watching our reaction into 85s here on Russell, seeing if this is going to hold or if we can start to build above. If Russell wants to go, then we're good. We don't need that last leg down. If we do see our offer sitting here again, I don't have a ton of confidence until we tag into something like this. So we really want to see the ability to build here and then rotate up into 90 above our resistance. Still flat, just waiting for an opportunity.
US Civil Service Board temporarily reinstates thousands of fired US Department of Agriculture employees.
The 60 bid looks good so far. RTY looking up. As long as that has momentum, we're in an okay position. I forgot about the sharper image. Holy shit. That was like the coolest store in the mall when you were a kid. They had all that garbage. See all the future tech were just like novelty items. Yeah. Sharper image. Holy. That's still around? Yeah, they are. Wow. How does a store like this exist still when there's a company like Amazon? Who's buying from here? Yo, this broom is crazy. Look at this broom I just found on the sharper image. Look at this. Do you know about this tech? What do you know about the vacuum broom? Holy. They're visionaries. Another failure on Russell. No ability to build above 85. Just watching to see this retrace where we're going to hold. Again, we've got this bid at buy rate that's trying to position at 65. I'm unsure yet if they're going to continue to hold. It's so far they are attempting, right? We just need to find Russell low first. It's definitely slowed down quite a bit. What do you guys know about the air broom? Surely not a leaf blower. Surely not. No, 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 no. It is a cordless air broom. Man, I love the sharper image. Holy innovators. Does it suck? This is what it looks like. I'm just on their website. It's literally a leaf blower. Bid at 65 did very well. Was able to hold. Watching our Russell 85s here again. I really hope this isn't a slow grind up. I'd like to be able to confidently get into a position I'm gonna be really sad if that was entry and now we just grind up to 540. Yeah, I don't know, man. The first one that we were looking at from was this. This thing's crazy. That's future. That's the future. It's like they thought that they were doing something by they're like, what if we included the dustpan in the broom, but then like forgot that just a vacuum cleaner does that already in its base form. They're like, we don't need a dustpan. You can sweep, and then that pile you can vacuum. Like, I get the idea, but a little convoluted. We may have actually missed the low here. Fuck.
CNN says Trump and Trudeau have spoken.
I'm gonna see if there's a Bible dip here. There's nothing worse than a slow grinding up market. We want to see if this 85 to like 94 area can hold bid on our retest as Russell retests 85, our 30-second opening range high.
Further detail into this, Trump and Trudeau have spoken following the implementation of tariffs yesterday, according to two White House officials telling CNN.
I'll be right back. Okay, let's see if a bid can be found here. Russell retesting our edge. 40 seconds till new 15s. I want to see us step over 500s for validity, or it'll be a lower high, and then a continuation down. Offer held 500, rotation back down to our lower zone here. Watching to see interactions. Bid is sitting at 70, but I think they might pull and then we rotate down to 50, 55. Just watching. Watching to see our buyer interaction here at 65s. If this flips offer, then again, we're gonna continue to rotate. We're gonna fill this void, would be my guess, down into 40s. So watching this pivot here, we want to see sell side hold this buyer offsides on retest if they're serious. And then we rotate through. So again, offer is sitting at 75, 73. We're watching to see if this holds. Right. This is our flip of our buyer to sell. We're watching to see if this holds. And you're targeting the fill of this void here as your first target here into 40. Secondary target down into 20s. This is first risk off into 40 from that offer. RTY holding our opening range low so far, finding a little bit of a bid, watching our 85 edge for lost momentum. Retesting our seller here at 75s. Into our edge here on Russell 85s. See if we can look above. Again, all this was a fill of this liquidity void here, and then immediate bid has been found. For any upside confirmation, is needs to push over that 500, and then secondary buyers step in, or it's just going to range rotate again. Where we're going to be watching to see if this buyer's now that we've come down and filled this, right? We're going to watch to see if bid is back here at 65s, and if we can then rotate over 500 for upside, trapping these guys at our lows. It's going to be pretty important that we see that. First little look above 500, see if we can hold or if offer flips. This is where, again, we want to see secondary buyers really try to step in for this rotation up. Target like 520. If we can find a secondary bid here. Good risk off here into 520. Move stops.
Canada's PM Trudeau's office now
540
confirmed that
next.
Trump spoke to Canada's PM on Wednesday.
Were people able to recognize that flip? Says 40 next target. Leaving a runner. We'll see what happens. I'd love to see 520 bid. Rotate up to like 560. This is Russell into target into our 90s. Yeah, offer sitting here into 60, but I think we go to target into 80. But just keep in mind that 60 definitely has the sell side sitting. lose a bit of faith in this move below 25 short term. I'd like to see a 40s bid. But if we fully retrace back to the 520, it's kind of over. For me, at least. I'll look to re-enter. What's high day? Like 6:30? Something around there.
So Canadian source directly familiar with the conversation says the discussion between Trump and
I'm
Trudeau lasted
flat.
about 50 minutes.
We'll see. I'm gonna wait for like a test into 530, I think. It's just like very clearly a seller here with Russell starting to wane a bit. Get back in if I can. If we see a bid maintain here into like 530, 540, but just don't have a lot of confidence in continuation right now. I mean, you can probably just chop anywhere in between, it's like a 40-point area. Like, there's still points to be made, but just going to give it a minute.
Adding that Commerce Secretary Ladnick and VP Vance were also on the Trump-Trudeau call.
Only had one runner left, so get back in if we can.
Trump and Trudeau discussed fentanyl and trade.
Just a little weak in the knees when I hear Trump starting to talk again.
Again, according to Canadian source.
So I want to go over this area and what my thought process was again. I think it's important on the higher time frame of understanding what I was looking for on the failure of our 65, right? So first of all, we saw two things. We saw the start of a downside leg off of this failure to get back over
US
500s.
and Canadian sides will continue to hold discussions on Wednesday, according to Canadian source.
Right, so this is our first area of weakness, is we saw our bid at our 85, which is where we wanted it. but then we failed to get over our 500 offer, which was confirming our lower high for our next leg down, right? That's what we talked about. With that being a target into our buyer at 65s.
Seeing US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
So this was our first leg down that we were able to identify, was 85 offer, the 500 offer below 85s for rotations to our buyer at 65. We then identified that sell side is flipped to our buyer to our offer, right? So the ladder had stepped down to 65s, and we're targeting the fill of this void here for target off of this trade from 65 offer, and then flip to this down into this liquidity void. So this was the idea. We understood that if price was able to recapture or get back into this range from this fill, that we would be looking for price to step back over and now hold the bottom of our balance, right? This is the idea always, which is when we have a balanced area and we have a look below, we'll be watching for a rebid of that for rotations up higher. So this is our confirmation that longs are back on the table, is this secondary bid from our liquidity. Once we see this, we then have a signal to let us know that, sorry, not a signal, we have a catalyst, right? We have someone who's trapped below our balance. We have our buyer stepping back in. So now we have a catalyst for a reason for us to push higher. And by push higher, I mean break our highs, because we now have someone trapped at our lows, right? So what we're looking for then is confirmation from this guy at the lows, now that we know this, that we're going to be able to push above. So we're looking for a reclaim of our original short, and then we can expect momentum to carry through on the push over our 500 edge. Does that make sense? Once we've identified our low, and then we've identified our pivot, and then we've identified our break. So once we have that information, right, this is what we can do with it, which is I don't have to capture the low. I can capture the momentum break on us pushing back into our range and then playing that look up, because we now have someone to play off of at our lows. And then I can just risk off into our levels, right? 520 was first target. Look for that to hold and then play up into 540.
Expecting the press
and then look up into our 560, 580 offer.
Caroline Levitt briefing members of the media. The video is on the feed. Lutnick says Trump with Trudeau on Wednesday. So Trump spoke with Trudeau on Wednesday, according to a Fox News interview.
It's all about being able to identify the catalyst at the lows of like why we would breach higher, and then playing off of our previous balance, and then looking for that buyer to step back in.
Also, according to a
so
source,
as soon as we identify this,
fund to be financed by tariffs,
we're good to go.
Lutnick says Trump is leaning towards USMCA market excluded. Also, Lutnick says Trump is leaning toward helping out automakers for a month.
Do we get that? Oh, sorry, I just scrolled down. What was the range of balance? 65 to 500 for me. We had identified a buyer at 65s, and we identified an offer at 500. So I was looking at this area as our balance, just like I have on screen. Yeah, so 70s is our value low, and our 500 is our value high of that candle. And then 65 is just a dom level. So just the 61 to 70 is just my 10 point of risk that I usually play around.
US Commerce Secretary Lutnick repeats that the April 2nd tariff agenda is coming.
And again, like the range trade would make sense if we didn't have the catalyst at the low. But when we see Russell bottom out and we have a catalyst on NQ as well, that to me is like incredibly bullish for short-term move up. Right, that's giving me a lot more confidence because we know someone's trapped into our lows, and then we have the Russell movement as well to help accelerate that upside. So if you're looking at it as like a balance trade, you can take your first risk off into that high, but you should know that with the look back into the range, the likelihood of us breaking that high is pretty. There's a high probability that we break the
US
previous
Commerce Secretary
high
Lutnick says
by
there is going to
recovering
be
a
a
range
short period
low.
of time where there are high prices on certain items following tariffs.
Because we now have more sellers off sides that can add fuel for a breach of the high. That's how I view it. We had a failed shift of value at the low, right? So now we have more participants that are in a pretty bad spot at the lows, giving fuel for the upside move. A bit of volatility stepping in. I'm not sure what this is, but our 580 still holding as offer. The Dom just like all liquidity left the Dom. I'm sure we'll get news in a second.
Trump confirms he had a call with Trudeau today. Says the call with Trudeau ended in a somewhat friendly manner.
Actually meaningless.
Trump says he told Trudeau that that's not good enough. They spoke about fentanyl trade. Both nations will be in contact later today, according to a statement from Trudeau's office. Again, Trump told Trudeau that's not good enough.
Retesting our 500 break. Dom is still incredibly liquid. I wouldn't trade this unless you're already in something. There will be follow through, and we can play the follow through once liquidity comes back in the market. I know it sucks seeing a huge downside candle, but
So again, Trump
as soon as
told
you
Canada's
buy
PM Trudeau that the
or
fentanyl
sell,
efforts
it's
are
going to go
not
the opposite
good enough.
direction and you blow up your account. So just wait. It's like a law where if you buy, it's going to go in the opposite direction.
Trump says that Trudeau asked him what could be done about tariffs. The Canadian dollar seeing some weakness here alongside the S&P 500 and WTI oil as well. And now from Canada, Trump and Trudeau are to continue to be in contact today. Trump said, "I told Trudeau that he caused our problems." And US Commerce Secretary Lutnick says tariffs will create production in the US.
Liquidity is still very poor. Nothing for me here. I don't think anything has changed in our levels. I think the buyer is still there at that 60-70. We're looking at a secondary buyer trying to step in over 500. But I am just not willing to trade a DOM that has one participant on a price level. $478 is the 200-day moving average. How do you use that information, B-Rock? What does that mean for you when you're scalping? On a, are you looking for dips there? What are you looking for? So how would you structure a trade around that? Because we went almost down to 40, right? So that's almost it's like 35 points of risk playing off of the 200-day. Are you looking to play on the right side of it when we look back above it? I'm just trying to like think of like how you would structure a trade around that information. Okay, so it's more of a just looking for pullbacks with us into that area until we show a clear sign or willingness to trade below it, and like a maybe a close of a candle. I think that's good. I don't think that's bad logic. $40 until new 15s. I have no willingness to look for longs until we can show an interest over 60 to 80. That's still just my offer. So we can look to see if liquidity starts to step back in and play some of our levels that we were playing previously. But we've retraced most of this move. NQ did a bit more of the retrace than, let's say, Russell. Russell weakness was still pretty intact. New 15's opening now. Offer trying to sit at 20.
Keep in mind we are shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
We're so liquid still. Kind of gross.
$31 counterparties take $139.493 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
Liquidity is still so poor. If we continue to just hold this 60 to 80 as offer, and sell side continues to just kind of slow grind this, I think we're potentially heading back down to like 420, 440, just for a reversion trade. With this curl over, we need to see bids step in pretty quick, or that 420, 440 seems pretty likely to me. Is it actionable in its current state? I don't really think so. But that is where I'm going to be looking for a target if we continue to just show sell side here into 40s with and no ability to look over 60 to 80.
And so the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt has started now. The live video for this is on the feed for those interested.
White House news about to start popping out soon. $30 seconds till new 15s. That curl over definitely happening that we just talked about. Looking to see if this buyer is going to defend it at the 65 or if we're going to rotate down into that 40 to 440 to 420. I think this is just so probable. This is why we had this as our target. Just no interest above. What happens from here is a different story. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that liquidity starts to step back into the market, but the it's still pretty poor. Watching offer into 500s. See if sell side will step in here, defend this low. I haven't taken a trade since the original pop into 460, 480. It's just not worth. Buyer's still there at 60s. Rotation back up. Russell still sideways. Yes, still sideways.
White House says that Trump spoke with heads of the big three automakers.
Okay.
We did hear this in a report earlier as he spoke to GM, Ford, and Stellantis. And White House Press Secretary Leavitt adding that reciprocal tariffs are still going into effect on April 2nd. Sentiment shared by Lutnick just a few minutes ago. Leavitt says the US is giving 1 month exemption on autos coming via USMCA.
I don't really understand what they hope to do in a month. We're just like pushing it forward. Is that what's going on?
The World Trade Organization say that Canada initiates a WTO dispute complaint regarding US tariff measures.
That'll show them. Oh, can we get out of here or what? Hmm.
White House says that Trump is open to hearing about additional tariff exemptions. So again, White House saying that Trump is open to hearing about additional tariff exemptions. White House Press Secretary Leavitt as well on inflation says the Trump administration is doing everything they can.
Finish that sentence. Everything they can to do what?
White House National Security Advisor Waltz says, I have been talking to my Ukrainian counterpart. White House says reconsidering funding for Ukraine. So again, White House Press Secretary Leavitt reconsidering funding for Ukraine. White House Press Secretary Leavitt says talks on the mineral deal are happening. In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the Fed's beige book. And White House Press Secretary Leavitt says US-Ukraine talks are happening as we speak.
Like literally everything is just the opposite of 2 days before. It's crazy. If this is our low, this could be huge for us. We still need to see the clarity over our 60 to 80. But if that was our low, we could be seeing a much larger move here relatively soon. We have 5 minutes left in this candle. I think we're going to be looking for a POC hold into new candle for a breakout if we can get over the 60 to 80.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the Fed's Beige Book.
Just getting the chart set up for the new 15, 2 minutes.
One minute now until we get the Fed's Beige Book.
All right. 30 seconds. Beige Book as well as new 15s. Buyer sitting at 71.
So seeing comments come from the Fed's Beige Book now. Prices increased moderately in most districts, but several districts reported an uptick in the pace of increase relative to the previous reporting period. Overall expectations for economic activity over the coming months were slightly optimistic, according to the Beige Book. Beige Book says US economic activity rose slightly mid-January. And the Beige Book adds that overall expectations for economic activity over the coming months were slightly optimistic.
Pushing down into POC, a previous candle. Now that new 15s have opened. Just watching to see if this pullback can hold a supportive 50 to 70 area. I'd like to see acceptance back over 85 for a confirmation of this low. It holding though where we need it to. New 15.
And the Fed Beige Book says employment slightly higher on balance. Districts were mixed though.
Should of course be your first risk off of our retrace into our new 15s. Now into our highs, watching to see if 85 can hold supportive for continuation. Target would be 630 if we can build a higher low here. Russell leading.
And the Beige Book adds that wages rose at a modest to moderate pace and prices are up moderately. And the Beige Book adds that contacts in most districts expected potential tariffs on inputs would lead them to raise prices, with isolated reports of firms raising prices preemptively. The US stocks extending gains at the moment, with the Dow Jones now up 1%. S&P is up spot 95%.
Immediate bid off of 85s, rotation into 610s here. Offer. Looking for 30s though for my runner. If you played the look back down into our pivot for retested POC, you should be pretty happy. If you played the rebid of 585, you should also be pretty happy. Again, final target into 630, 640 into the supply above that's here. I'll watch to see what happens after that.
And we've posted the Fed's Beige Book on the feed for those interested.
I think ES can push into 48. We should be looking for our first offer here into this like 44, 48, yeah.
US stocks extending gains again. S&P now up 1%.
Pushing into target now, 630. Beautiful. Leave a runner, chill. Beautiful pullback buy and then rebid. I'd love to see a test of this supply, our target as a supportive re-entry. If we were going to bid, I'd like to see that bid happen here, right, as we push off. So I'll look for some sort of pullback here and then a continuation if it's going to happen. If not, then we just chill in your runner. As long as Russell has momentum, we've got momentum.
France's President
Offside
Macron
seller
says we
sitting
have to be
at
ready if the US is no longer by our
644.
side. France's President Macron says France will hold a meeting of all European army chiefs in Paris next week.
So, again, just to reiterate, like we were looking for pullback into the new 15s. We saw it setting up with that potentially being the low. We saw this accumulation here, right? And then I redid all my levels because I started to see this as a shift. And I said, new move, we'll be looking for a rotation back into POC of the close of this candle. And then we'll be looking for a breakout with some energy, which is what we saw. We can predict this kind of stuff just based off of how price is reacting and like the consolidation here at the lows and zero interest to kind of come down into this liquidity below. And it's like, okay, well, if we can get over this 80 and show interest, we're then going to be looking for this to then bid and hold off of our upside candle that we're seeing. So we don't have to play this move, but we can play the secondary move, and that's what's important. It's like understanding where the shift is happening, and once we see that shift, changing our narrative to support it. And see if we can now bid here. Again, there's this 44 is a seller who's offsides. So far, a really solid bid off of it. ADR is a bit higher on Russell, so we've got
France's
room.
President Macron says we will have to make more investments in defense.
ETH high above. Seller attempting to step in again here at 684. Not sure about that one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't know. how I feel about them trying that aggressively into first attempt. And we'll see. Only way that I see them like not getting fully punished is if we can look below 44s and then offer it. If not, like these guys are just gonna get wrecked. Just trying to figure out our pullback level. I'm keeping an eye on 60. 65, 60, 65. It's like our mid pivot in between the two. There's a buyer that's shown there. Should be a good first sign to see if we still have momentum.
France's President Macron says, I will open the debate to extend French nuclear umbrella to European partners.
780 above.
France's President Macron says the ultimate decision on nuclear weapons will remain in the hands of the French president only.
Yeah, just like into ADR is what you're looking at.
France's President Macron calls for more military investment without new taxes.
Yeah, I've got 1450 or 14, 714, 760, 789. My level's above. Just off footprint. We'll see what happens. But that'd be your full rotation into ADR high on NQ. You're just talking about the high takeout, 732, 735 area. That's to the high. I think that's a fair assessment, just looking at this as a pivot. I'm going to make it a gray box because I don't think that'll hold if we do hold pop, but I think it's worth looking at. $30 seconds till new 15s. Seller offside at 85. I'm a bit worried about Russell ADR, I'm not going to lie. We've got these offside sellers that we can play around for these last two pops on NQ, but lost momentum into 107 would be worrying. Keeping an eye on it. Yeah. Just watching to see how we show here in 86 to 75. If this flips, then we'll probably rotate down to 40. But if this can hold, we'll just be looking for that push back over 710s. I like a reoffer of 75 to 86 and then a rotation down off of that absorption we saw into 710. This is that 60 test where that bid was in the middle of the range. You're bold for taking that first sign of absorption. I guess it makes sense with Russell and ADR for the loss of momentum, but I'd rather play the second leg.
US 10-year Treasury yields edge higher to fresh session highs after the Fed's beige book lasted at around 4.282%.
Oh, you closed your long? Got it. My bad. I didn't actually look at the trade. I'm looking for a bid to step in here relatively soon. Failure to find anything is just going to result in like a full retrace of the shit. Should be unlucky. Everything's come back down to our short-term reversion, to our AVWAP and our halfway backs. So to me, like if that bid was going to happen anywhere, it'd be here. Is that a playable logic? Probably not. Just waiting to see how we interact here. I didn't take anything off of this, but I like this pivot. I'd like to see either an offer step in here and then rotate us down from this, or recover this ledge and then pop, and we'll have confirmation of long continuation as soon as bid steps back over 710s. Yeah, this is the liquidity that we were looking at. Remember, there's the buyer who's offsides at 645 and is continuing to be offsides there. We identified them immediately when it printed. We just need to now get over this 86 guy, but I'm thinking that this is probably going to be an offer. This will feel much better over 90 and then bid. Until then, this is kind of our offer, no matter what. Sell side will feel much better below 60. If this is going to hold offer. Looking above, watching for a bid to try to step in here, defend. I need to see like clarity that this guy is gone and bids are now willing to take it. Retesting POC of this candle. Offer still holding so far. Need to get below 60s for offer. We basically have a failed look above, and now we have a reoffer of our 75. And now we're getting that acceleration below 60s. Need to see follow through. This can still go either way. That's the issue here. I'm not going to feel confident in this seller until we that the offer drops below 60 and starts holding. It's your first risk off into 40s. You're playing off 75s. I think we still just need to find acceptance below this 60. Still a bit muddy. Just back to the bottom of range though.
U.S. Energy Secretary says
40
constructive
seconds till
heads
new
will prevail
15s.
on tariffs.
If sell side fails on this look, then it's still incredibly bullish. We need this offer to lower at 60s and then hold into new 15. Because if you look at like the higher time frame, all we've done is hold our buy side liquidity and on our mother bar, right? So if this is going to retrace, we need to see the halfway back of our 15-minute candle not hold as supportive, which is what we're doing right now. I need to see that shift below. Show interest below 630, and we're good to go. Risk off a
So
bit
keep in
more of
mind,
your
US
short,
Energy
so we knew
Secretary
15
Wright currently
opens.
speaking on Fox Business News.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like we're holding our halfway back. So it's just a rotation back down to our liquidity. And now, until we can step below that 30 to 40, you have to be either in a runner from the highs or be looking to risk off into this low. There's just not much more until we step below. I had a pretty piss poor exit on that trade. It's still profitable, but I didn't have a my fill was bad because I closed into a sweep candle, so I could have probably held a runner above with the stop like above 80, but here just to show what I mean. I shorted 60s, right? But I market closed into a sweep, so my fill was really shit.
So NYMEX at WTI crude April futures settle at $66.31 a barrel, which is down $1.95 or 2.86% on the session. And NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at $4.45. Gasoline April futures at $2.13. Diesel April futures at $2.24.
Jehovah's Witness cold call is crazy. I'm not attempting another short until I see a loss of momentum on Russell, or this thing's just gonna pop. Our first signs of interest above will be a recovery of our 75s, POC, previous candle, and then bid. Once we do that, then we'll probably 3-bar up. That'd be my guess. Yes, an RTY flat during this. So either Russell is able to break downtrend and continue higher.
Seeing General Motors
Holy
shares in
shit.
session high.
That was so loud.
Last up 7.4%. And Ford Motor shares up 5.2%.
Jesus. Again, any bid and hold over 75s is probably signs that we're going up. As long as this is holding and we're just building lower highs here, we still need to see the break below 30 to 44, but these holds of 60 with this attempt to shift value down is super important, right? Like this is sell side trying to shift value. We're seeing a bit of absorption into like 60, 65, but I'm not sold on it on this attempt. We'll see. POC, we're trading below POC of the last 3 candles. But Russell is holding higher lows, which is giving me 0 confidence in the short until I see that lost momentum. Offer still attempting to shift value at 60s. See if the reoffer works. Looking for a sell side to try to defend this 30 to 44 if we're going to get the push down. Russell's still sideways. Again, I'm feeling a little iffy on this. The 60 shift of value is good. We need to now see like a pretty strong offer and hold of this 30 to 44. Get us back below 12s. If we can do that, then we can rotate down. All right, I'm out. No, I didn't get filled. Fuck me. Watching this reoffer again into 30 to 40. Yeah, it's really bad today. Russell's still holding, so I'm unless we see Russell lose momentum here into our halfway back, it's going to be another balance recovery trade with 44 going bid again. Need to see a step below 30s very quickly from this pivot, or expect rotations back up to 60. If sell is
We're in
going to play
both
again,
reduces
like
at $69 and
you'll
5
get
cents
this
a barrel,
move.
down $1.74, or 2.45%.
I'm again very, very worried because we didn't lose the structure on Russell. So to me, it looks more so like this is going to play, and then rotation up with these guys being caught off sides. But we'll watch to see what happens as RTY tests our halfway back here. It's been a pretty solid loss of momentum. Just keeping an eye on this 35 for a bid. $35 bid held, pushing. POC of this candle's at 60, 63, so just keep that in mind. It's kind of your target. Offer can take advantage of this move again. Again, we need to see a very clear shift from buyers back above our 60, where this is going to be where offer is sitting. We got our bid at 35s for the rotation up from our recovery of our balance low. I'd like to see the full rotation of our balance, but we have to respect sell side potentially sitting here. We push in, taking off a little profit. Balance low holding, 45s. Russell still holding our highs. No weakness on Russell yet. Just a little chop, but no like dramatic sell. I can do our 60s here on NQ. I need to see this Russell breakdown for us to feel happy about this. If it's gonna push below 30s on NQ, I want a re-offer of 30, and I want to see Russell break this range. Those are our two variables. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like everything looks fine with a higher low. So like the only thing that your catalyst for sell side winning this is a breakdown from Russell. I'm watching our new 15, 40 seconds until that opens. This has to be your first risk off if you're playing off of 30s. Into 75 is what we're looking for secondary moves. Russell holding our low. Again, reminding yourself over and over again. Need to see the Russell breakdown and then the offer below 630. Our bid is just there. Full rotation back up. I'm out half. Whoa, huge lag. I wonder if that was just me or if that was all the trade of it. Russell testing our pivot here. Watching to see how we interact. See if we get another loss of momentum or if we are able to break. Higher low on Russell, retesting our resistance here at 104. Again, nothing is invalidated about the upside idea. We're just at the top of our oscillation. We need to see if Russell can breach this or not. We're just going to do a full rotations back. Right? It's very clear that we need a shift here. Or it's just going to oscillate again. This higher low is promising. Does power hour exist still? We'll find out. Feels more like arbitrary hour. I don't know. Having rules for yourself of like what needs to validate for you to take a certain position that's counter trend is so important so that you don't ruin yourself. Like as soon as we start to see RTY is just oscillating, it's like we gotta respect it. Like you just like maybe it doesn't work, but at least we have a rule set that we played around multiple times that's been winning for us over and over and over again. Where it's like, does this make sense that we get elevator down if RTY and ES are flat? Does it make sense? What would need to happen for NQ to completely diverge from what we're currently doing and to lead down without RTY? Like having just like a simple safety net like that in your head can be so helpful. So helpful. I just get scared at the slow pace. I can't stand it much. Yeah, no, I totally get you. I totally get you. And just because RTY is not breaking down doesn't mean that we moon up, right? But you played the trade perfectly, which is you played the low without any sort of breakdown, right? There was no breakdown on RTY. We held our 30s. And then we looked back up and then we rotated the balance, right? And you sold into the top of balance. And because it's slow, you're not willing to risk for a potential continuation. And now you're flat and you don't have to worry about it. It is what it is. If you had a runner, you know, it would have been cool, but it could completely and totally retrace us all the way back down to 30s here with a failure at our highs, right? Because where it's still a balance. Nothing has changed about that. Oh yeah, for sure. I agree. Face cam? You really need to see my face? What would be the alpha for that one? I already have Garoto simping over me and I don't have a face cam. He's seen one photo of me. What happens if I turn on video while we trade? It's cannot. I've never really understood face cams. It's even like in gaming. Like it's weird that we want that. Like a random face of the guy who's playing a video game in the corner. It's weird that that like makes the stream enticing. And I'm a sucker for it as well. Like I'd rather watch someone with a face cam than someone who doesn't. But why? Is it just like a connection thing? I wonder. Yeah, human connection. How would you guys feel if I had a VR avatar that was just in the corner that like tracked my facial expressions? Would that make you feel more confident? Like a cute little bunny in the corner. YouTube chat's like, what the hell are you guys talking about? Another full rotation from our 45 back up to our 75. Russell full rotation from our low to our high. Can you imagine that we're still just balanced? Any excitement over 90s gives me a lot of hope for new high. This is what we want to see. I'd like to see Russell move with it. Flex, that lady in the video, is that Amaranth? Or maybe it's not. Oh yeah, it is. She was just held at gunpoint like 3 days ago by 3 armed assailants who were trying to steal her crypto wallet, and she chased them inside of her house and then shot one of them. Yeah, she asked for help on Twitter because she couldn't call the police at the time. And she was like, I'm being held hostage. This entire don't click on anything other than no, you know what? Never mind. Not even I was about to link Amaranth's Twitter. What a bad idea. Based, Cass. Am I gonna regret not taking profit into that seller at 710s again? Potentially. Is it possible? What's that node? 950? 950 is crazy. Um, I don't know. Maybe. I think 800 is a realistic higher time frame target right now. But maybe. I'm holding a runner from 630 right now for a potential move to 800. But that's my goal right now. Robert, why do you ask me for SPX levels every day when you know I don't trade SPX? Like SPX is not on screen. I don't know, man. ES levels right here. You can transpose them. I'd be so sad if this fully retraces on me. What are my odds, boys? What are we thinking? Long to the moon. Oh. It will happen. Does it happen before I get stopped out, Jason? That's the question. One singular candle wicks me out into 30s and then goes immediately to 800s. Nah, we're running. This is already a runner. We sold a lot. I guess I should we can take off one. Here, I'll take off one for you, buddy. There we go. The beauty of trading MNQ instead of NQ for this move. It's a clear wumbo pattern. I'm not familiar about the wumbo pattern, but I do see that we're holding new 15-minute POC. Good sign. This is what I'm working with right now. We'll see what happens. taking off most of my profit into this like 660, 670 pocket. You know what I could see happening? RTY needing to do a full oscillation again. And then that gives us our pop. We see like NQ chop here while this happens. And then we get like a bid and then a push off of it like this. I don't know. I'm going to keep an eye on this low on RTY. There's like nothing tradable here. Like no liquidity that I want to play around with in the zone. Just watching our RTY low.
Excuse me, Albertus Smith is saying that they're going to alter procurement practices amid US tariffs and adds that the US can't be energy dominant without Canada.
Full retrace of our uppies. Now watching Russell into our lows. This is off of that news, energy news. Maybe Russell actually gets the shift below. That was me getting stopped out, by the way. Watching our Russell low. Is the prophecy going to come true? Singular candle? Stop me out and then go to 800? Surely not.
Alberta's Premier Smith as well says Alberta is to work to build pipelines to Canadian ports.
Watching this bid back over 45s. Like to see us hold 30s, build here, and then rotate up. With Russell recovering. It's our test to see if we're going to rotate through balance again. Very similar to the last low that we saw.
Alberta's Premier Smith says Alberta will not support taxing oil and gas exports to the US. Alberta's premier as well says that Alberta is to seek free trade and labour mobility deals with provinces.
We're out 5 here into 60 from our hold of our 45 and 30. And tagged out there under 30. See if we can hold. I'll look to get back in if it'll do it. Your stop that triggered was still in profit? No, it was a break-even trade, but then I got back in on the pushback over 40s with a stop at 30 with Russell holding. Sell side looks a bit stronger now. This Russell breakdown will be our lead. I'm looking for a bid here at 12s and then retest into 30s and offer if we're going to go down. We need to see this Russell breakdown. If it continues to maintain this pivot, then this is just going to be excess that buyers eat the hell up and then we rotate up. Like RTY just doesn't want to go down. It's going to be so challenging for sellers to do anything with those. Yes, still holding our pivot as well. Hey, I see you're typing an essay. Give me a second, and then I will read it. Sorry, Brian. Just paying attention to price action right now. I'm gonna try seeing if this will hold again. It's our secondary lower high. It's a bit concerning. I'd like to see us close above POC here, 45s. If you're playing off of the 45 recovery, it's stop below 30. 60 is your first target. I'd like to see the pop above 75s. Offers resting at 75. Just watching our Russell halfway back here. All right, let me read all this. Holy. Okay. Extended hours is clear. Wumba. Just fine. Market has been a bottom today. Rest of the week will tell. If you know certain people, could just go golfing. Ribbon is such a weird trade to take. You have a great average on it though. That's amazing. Sounds good, man. I haven't looked at our ribbon chart in a year. I have a friend who works for them. He designs cars. Oh yeah, you bought like the low. What, like down here?
RBNZ's acting Governor Hawksby says we will never exactly get it right on policy.
In a really awkward spot. The hell is this price action on the hourly? Some news. So it's a classic Russell hold the low, NQ volatility drags us below. Just rebid off of our 30 to 45 recovery and rotation back up. We'll see what happens here in the 90s again. Offer should be expected to be sitting here with Russell at our pivot at 104, just top of range. Remember the last time we were here, this is where we oscillated for the last hour. So it is super important that we see interest above, or this is going to be our rejection point. Again, it's going to be very, very rough to get a overall sell in the market that isn't just range bound, right bottom of balance without full market participation. Save yourself the trouble. Cass, you're selling the restaurant? What the hell? You can't get like a manager to run it? Yeah, I get that. It sounds like you need a partner. That's what it sounds like. Someone who will take over the day-to-day. Are you guys doing okay with the inflation and everything? It's like, is business still okay? Or is it tough? Are people still like fine dining? I don't really know. Does it feel, are your profit margins, does it feel similar to COVID? Like in the amount of money you're making, where like COVID kind of had everyone trapped inside and it was a huge loss. And now people aren't really eating out as much because of the lack of money. Is there like a similar feel or no? Curious. Early days. Oh, nice. Yeah, I wonder if my guy still works there. Let me look him up. He was there in the early days before they went public. Got hired right out of college. Let me see what he's doing now. Oh, he might work for Ford now. Lightship, whatever that is. He's a senior designer for Lightship. What the hell's Lightship? Oh, I've never heard of these guys. New EV company. Electric RVs. Never seen this. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it looks really similar. Well, this is my friend Matt. He worked for Rivian. It looks like Lightship might be a part of it. I don't know. Maybe it's like a Rivian sister company. From Tesla and Rivian engineers. Interesting. It's so weird seeing people that you like were a complete degenerate with have like real careers at companies that, you know. I used to go and like spray paint with this kid, tag up the city. Did market close early? Yeah, just trapped here again. Why sideways for 90 minutes? Don't know. But nothing has changed with this trade idea. Stop below 30, bidding 45s, playing up into 75s has been offered many a times now on any look above. This has been the trade over and over and over again until we break out of this balance. As long as Russell is holding this low, it's going to be very hard for the downside to happen. Just playing these pivots.
Alberta's Premier Smith says a Canada oil export tax would violate the 1977 treaty.
Is that bullish? Violating treaty? Hmm. Yeah, I was looking at that yesterday. So ugly, man. That will make anything into a shitcoin. It will make anything into a shitcoin. NQ is the newest shitcoin, true. 30 seconds till new 15s. Seller attempting here at 80. So far off sides. Oh, excuse me. Watching how we open in new 15. We're offering our seller here at 80. See if they have any follow through. Russell starting to lag a bit. Should be your first risk off into 60s. Look for full rotation. Get me out of this range. It was nice the first 3 times, you know? And then it wasn't. What am I eating for dinner today? Step it up after layoffs. Huge. I know we just fired half our staff, but can you please do some more work? What areas did they fire in? Widespread layoffs last month. Was it more corporate? It had to be. Yeah, corporate employees. 1,000 corporate employees. I was gonna say, my brother's works there, but he's not in corporate. And like they've been like nonstop hiring. So that's why it was weird. My brother just hit 100K in his bank account working at Starbucks. Huge.
1 minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
Yep. Just saving. Yeah, Liam. Pretty solid for a 24-year-old. Super cheap. He lives in Cleveland with his girlfriend. They split rent. He doesn't buy anything. He's like me. No one in my family spends money. Except for my dad. My dad spends everything he has. Does he trade? No, he refuses to. He's really busy with work, though. He just got promoted to GM of a new store
10 seconds.
they opened for him. But he just saves. If he needs something, he'll buy it eventually. But it's like basically the same situation I was when I was working at Chipotle when I was younger.
Balance S&P 500, a buy side of 51 million. Nasdaq 100, a sell side of 557 million. Dow 30, a buy side of 220 million. Mag 7, a sell side of 418 million.
Super proud of him though. I think he's gonna buy a house. I've been telling him to just wait for the crash, which is inevitable. The cost of living here is just so cheap, Ty. Like it's starting to catch up, but like if you live with your partner and you don't care about living somewhere like incredibly nice, like they have a nice place, but it's not in like I don't know, it's Cleveland, man. Like it's not a great neighborhood. But it's a nice house, it's quaint. They split rent. His only expense, plus like car insurance. Never had a job in your life. Yeah, I mean, you just have been doing your passion, right? And making a career out of it. It's hard. Says Russell look below. See if offer holds for rotation to 80 to 91. I'd want to see RTY not be able to hold this low and recover, or we're just going to rotate again, right? Something like this. We want to see offer clearly step down and then rotate into this for continuation. It's going to be the same as before, guys, where we're watching to see if offer can hold this edge, or if it looks back above, we'll look for 45s and 30 is our stop, and then look to play back up this rotation. If Russell fails to break and we look back over 45s. All right, let's see if bid can hold, or if they offer this sucker. Russell holding so far. Should risk off half here if you're trading this. This is the same trade that's happened the last like 5 times. Like, I don't know. It is what it is, you know? I'll check as soon as market close. Great job, man. There's your full rotation on the recovery of R45. Again, it's just understanding that like if Russell fails, we just go back up, and you can be pretty confident in that. And you just scalp the balance, right? It's the return and hold back into balance. Doesn't have to be more complicated than that. This is the same trade over and over and over again. Just a failure at the lows, recovery, and rotation up. Hopefully you are confident to at least play this rotation if you missed others. How to keep losses small? Uh, just it's such a open-ended question. Not panic buying in and panic selling out. Just like literally playing the trade and only taking trades when it meets my criteria. Really? Like the idea is not trading at a zone because it's a zone, but it's because we see a buyer or a seller, right? And then really limiting my potential for loss. So if we have like a 10-point area that I can trade around and I'm looking for an immediate reaction, we get that immediate reaction and I have a 10-point of risk, right? So like we're usually on the right side of a trade. And if I'm wrong, my loss is pretty minimal. But it's not just because we touched a zone, it's because we're expecting initiative players at those zones. And so like if we don't see that initiative player, you can just exit for break even and try again, right? Call it a scratch. And so you can keep it pretty small because you have an understanding of what you're looking for at a level, right? At an area. And when we don't see it, you can stop out for pretty small amounts just as a scratch and then try again. But I mean, it's not, losses aren't always small. There are days where it goes against you way quicker than your reaction, you know, and you get stopped out, and it is part of it. When you're like really in sync with the market, and you can play around it, and you've got a pretty good feel for how people are participating, right? Like things just it stays very tight. But there are days where you like Trump bull tweet, and then like it doesn't matter what your stop's at, liquidity vanished, and you get swept, right? And you get filled 15 points below where your stop was. It really It really depends. Sometimes I mark it in, I'll be in like at 20 points wrong
Australia says
immediately.
China Navy ships are operating northwest of Perth.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's just poor execution. Like, I don't mean to shit on you, but like, it kind of sounds like the trigger wasn't there. And again, I mean, sometimes it goes against you 20 points, and it's just, it is what it is. It's part of trading. But like, if it happens very regularly, then you should be rewatching that playback to see if there was anything that you missed, I think is probably would probably be something that you need to do. I'm flat. I just got stopped out my last contract there.
Canada's foreign minister says conversations with the United States are happening and things are very, very fluid.
Right? Like, look at my entry. Like, there was 0 drawdown on that entry. Right? We're in. I'm playing the momentum breakout because we know that we have an excess below. We know what's going to happen if we bid above. Right? Like, having that mentality shift of being like, oh yeah, we have a catalyst. This guy's offsides. He's screwed. I'm now looking to play for the momentum hold on this bid of 45s. I'm looking to play it up into target. I'm willing to take profit into target, and I'm not letting it go against me. I will scale out, right? Like, I'm telling myself that as I'm trading. I will leave a runner break even just in case we do get the continuation. But like, at no point am I not going to take profit with this trade. And could it play out? Yeah, like sure it could. But like, I don't need to be in the low. I'm not trying to capture that. I'm playing the shift back into our balance and then playing the rotation of our balance from 45s into our 90, right? Which is what's on chart. And then like, that's it. Like, if I'm only taking trades that I'm confident in, and have merit based off of where people are trading, right? Like, I think that's the shift, is like a lot of people are still just trying to like buy every rotation of a level instead of understanding the mechanics that make the trades work. You know? Like, if all we're looking for is this look below balance and then the re-entry back into balance and then rotation back through balance, like, that's a pretty successful trade.
Canada's foreign minister says US Secretary of State Rubio will be attending the G7 foreign ministers meeting in Canada next week.
You know what I'm saying? But like, you have to be aware of what you're looking for. And it's like, if you know how many people are trying to short this shit without Russell breaking below, you get what I'm saying? Like, having a secondary variable of being like, okay, I can't short this if RTY is holding. Like, maybe I missed the trade, but like, I don't have the confidence because the market isn't showing me what it needs to for the breakdown. And there's potential I missed the trade. It is what it is.
New Zealand 7-month
But like,
budget deficit at 1.37 billion New Zealand dollars, narrower than forecast.
how many more times do we need to see the same thing play out before I'm like, oh yeah, this is what's happening. We're rotating. Russell is rotating and we're holding this low. And every time we come into this low, we go back up and recover this edge. It's like, okay, sweet. Like, let's just play that then until it stops working. And it will stop working, right? Like, there's only so much liquidity that can be provided at a level before the market's like, fuck you. But like, it's a pretty easy trade to play around for the short term. I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling. But it's one of those things where like, the more you look back on your trades that went against you immediately, the more be like, oh, this was kind of an emotional entry and I was looking for something and there was a clearer sign, or it was just you know, me FOMOing in, or it was something did go against me and news came out and I wasn't aware news was coming up and I could have been. Or like, if you go back and you look and you're immediately, again, it's immediately against you 20 points, like, what was the liquidity like on Dom? Was it about the average on the day where we're trading, you know, like 10 lots on each contract, on each price point, or was the liquidity like 3? What's the likelihood of me being on the wrong side of the trade when I enter if we're at a pivot point and the liquidity is really low? You know what I mean? Like, that's just going to immediately go against you. There's just not enough participants to keep price in a stabilized area. Like right now, there's gaps on the DOM on NQ. Like, I'm not trading this shit. You're crazy. But like my largest loser today on NQ was $245. My average losing trade was $118. My average winning trade was $490 today, Ty. My largest winning trade was $2,250. Right, and like that looks like this. Right, so like I'm taking about like the same, like most of my trades are up, right? But like I'm still having losers. I mean, we still lose. But like most of it are just like back to break evens or scratches. And then like the trades that win. I don't know. The more you get comfortable with the instrument and the more you trade it, I think the better you are. And just like trading a system and trading like a singular type of setup. Like for this last like 2 hours, just this balance trade was kind of the only thing that we were looking at. This is how we drew it out an hour ago, which is offer needs to sustain below this 30 for any sell side continuation. Any look back above is just going to be a rotation through, right? And our short trigger was Russell breaking the range. And without that, it's always just going to be a looking for excess below and then a long recovery. You get what I'm saying? Because there's nothing that was telling us that the market was ready to break down yet. So something like having some sort of safety net for you of being like, I'm not going to take this setup until I see this thing break down can be really helpful for you. And you're gonna miss some trades sometimes. Some things there are huge divergences, right? And that's fine. But like it's also going to prevent you from taking really shitty trades, and having like guardrails in place that prevent you from taking more shitty trades and instead of just missing a trade is way more beneficial, because all you need to do to be profitable is cut out as many garbage setups as possible and then only leave your good setups left, right? So yeah, we'll filter out some good trades as well, but what we're going to end up doing is filtering out more of the bad setups that are keeping you either break even or slightly red instead of profitable. I think like the biggest thing you can do for yourself when you're starting out, or if you're like, even you've been in the game for like a couple of years, is again, just refining, right? Filtering, refining, cutting out as much garbage as you can, because the less garbage you trade, the less work you have to do making money. If you're taking, every rotational setup, you're going to have a lot more losers. And every loser cuts into your profits, right? Your base profits. I'm not saying anything new, but it's just one of those things where like a lot of people don't realize it or respect it until it's happened to them over and over and over again. But it's something that it's such a simple change that like it almost feels You're like, yeah, no shit, I should just cut out my losers. Like, yeah, okay, cool. But like it's one of those things that you have to like mentally prepare yourself for, being like, if I stop trying to trade every rotation and I set up really rigid rules for myself, I will trade better. Right? Like that's just something you have to continue to tell yourself. And yes, I will miss setups. You have to remind yourself that. I will miss setups, but what I will do is not be exhausted when the good setups come, because I've taken 75 bad trades before the good setup. You know? I don't know. All right, I mean, that's close. There's not really much else to say. What a interesting range that we traded in for 2 hours. Anything else that you guys want to talk about before I dip? If not, then I'll see you guys tomorrow. What are we thinking? This is what I got today with 1M and yeah, dude, you're profitable trading 1M and Q, $364. Like that's huge. You wouldn't be able to do that with 1N and Q? Why not? Because you're not comfortable with the loss or what? Can you show the big rang? What does that mean? Big range? Is that what you're saying? Just this? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. So like what we were looking at today in balance, right, is always going to be, we've found a baseline, right? Our value high and our value low. And then what we're looking for is excess outside, and then the re-entry back in for rotations through. And then we take profit into this. And if we can bid and hold above, then we look to push to our next area of value, right? That's the whole idea of a balanced market, is that we're going to have extremes. And from those extremes, we watch to see what reactions occur from secondary buyers or sellers. If they fail to hold below and shift value, right, what happens? Well, then buyers re-enter. These guys are now all screwed below. And then we rotate back up to our seller from before. You get me? So like if you can understand what kind of market condition we're in and what to be expecting, all of the sudden you stop trying to short this low and you stop trying to buy this high. And you can take profits into this and be very comfortable making money as long as you're respecting what the market is currently doing. The biggest problem that I see over and over and over again is people who aren't respecting what the market is doing and are looking for more and are only trying to trade these edges in the opposite direction of what they're going. But like a lot of the best trading for this range is the center, right? It's the excess from below causing a catalyst, right? These guys being off, and then the re-entry and rotation through. It's just like changing it's a paradigm shift in what you look for. Yeah, exactly. Just went below to sweep. And like when you look on like what RTY was doing, that it was like so balanced with our high and our low. And like as long as this is oscillating in this, we shouldn't expect overall market elevator down. And it's the same thing on ES, like we just respected our low and rotated this. But because NQ is a much more volatile instrument compared to the two, we can expect larger and more drastic extremes compared to ES and RTY. But if we use ES and RTY as an oscillator, and we know that they're coming into their edges, and we're not seeing weakness show below, right? We can use that to then trade NQ, which we know is going to get much more larger volatile moves, and then make more money in a sense. So that's all I'm saying. All right. I will see all of my premium friends tomorrow. and I will see all of my free friends on Friday. Do I rely on RTY? I rely on RTY
Canada's Joe Lee,
on
foreign minister, says Trump is the only US decision maker on the trade deals.
Russell is a huge yes, I use Russell a lot to determine when we're going to see overall weakness. So it doesn't always work, but markets are usually pretty correlated, right? And when we are getting major moves, I'm not just talking about like little micro moves, but the major moves, we will have RTY, ES, and NQ selling together. So if we can find
Foreign Minister Joe Lee and Mark Rubio spoke today.
If we can find those pivots of where we're going to meet sellers again on Russell, right? Which are usually a lot of our small and mid cap names. That's what the Russell is, right? So if we can see that weakness with also the weakness on tech and NQ, when we can find that area on both where they show weakness at the same time, what do you think our trade's going to look like? Our risk to reward's going to look like when we enter in a trade on weakness on both compared to if we were just playing the chop on NQ, right? We're going to see a much faster, much more accelerated, and much more confident sell when all of the market is also at a pivot. It's a super basic thing, but it's something that you can easily add to your system and increase your win rate a ton. Where it's just like, oh yeah, no, of course, like if everything's at resistance at the same time, and when those sells come through, of course, the market has more selling pressure, right? We usually, when I talk about it, we talk about it as a three-way tug of war. And when everything's pulling in the same direction, of course, you have a lot more movement to the downside, right? But when we have a diverging market where ES is tugging in one direction, RTY is tugging in another, but NQ is really trying to push down, it's going to be really hard for that move to occur. So it's just about finding those areas and then trading around them, and that's a lot of my my NQ trading is just based off of that strategy or that idea. I found it incredibly helpful, and when you go back and look, like go watch to see what happened when we put into Russell highs and lows, and see what happened on NQ. Yeah. We can go over it more on Friday when stream's up, but I go and review that idea now that you've seen it for yourself. I do not trade the open. I used to trade the open quite a bit. It just depends. I have not been able to sleep recently, so I get like 4 hours of sleep these days. So I usually am just waking up at open, and then I'm like taking my dog out, getting coffee, and then by the time I start trading, it's usually like 10:30. Because I'm going to bed at 6 in the morning.
So following the close of the US cash equities markets, just going to take a quick look at the market wrap for today's session. So a late session rally in US stocks capped another volatile day for global markets, which also saw wild swings in European bonds and equities. Geopolitical news once again dominated sentiment, with the White House delaying the imposition of auto tariffs in Canada and Mexico. Wall Street remained focused on the latest developments involving US tariffs and how they may affect the economy and the Federal Reserve's decisions. The S&P 500 rose more than 1% after Trump announced a month-long delay in levies on automakers in Mexico and Canada. In stark contrast to their European
I'm going to
counterparts,
keep talking after he's done.
Treasury saw small moves. German bonds have dropped the most since 1990. The dollar dropped 1%. The market has been on a wild ride, and options traders expect it to continue as they assess the latest tariff developments and prepare for Friday's monthly payrolls figures. Options traders expect the S&P 500 to move 1.3% in either direction, the most for a jobs day since the regional bank turmoil in March of 2023. The S&P 500 increased by 1.1%. The Nasdaq 100 gained 1.4%. Dow Jones rose 1.1%. Yields on 10-year treasuries increased 4 basis points to 4.28%, and the dollar fell against most major currencies.
Is he done? So the way that our indicators work, PVZ specifically, is there's no range. There's nothing for the first 30 minutes. So to me, the action can be very volatile, especially if you're playing around something like the 30-second opening range. I think it's tradable. Or if you're playing off of yesterday's levels, I think it can be very tradable the first 30 minutes, and you definitely get some large moves. But I think waiting for like the initial balance to close, or even just your PVC levels to start building can be much more beneficial. And like, yeah, you're going to miss out on some of these rotations, and these can be really profitable if you know what you're doing. But you have to go into it already having levels set from the day before for you to really actualize any gains on it. Or you're better off just letting the first 30 minutes develop, or first hour even, if you're waiting for IB, and then playing around that initial balance that was created, that initial range, whatever you want to call it, and then trading that. So like this first PVC zone is created from the first 30 minutes of the market, right? Like that creates our value. And then we then play around this value area that was created in the first 30 minutes, right? And that gives us an idea of where we're headed. Are we able to trade above our value high of our first 30 minutes? Are we seeing a willingness, or is it more balance and rotations through where we create an excess at our highs and then reoffer POC and then rotate down, and then create an excess at our lows and then rotate back up? Right. So like if you have a gauge of how kind of our interactions are happening, we can then trade around this and then play the rotations a bit better. So for me, I like to wait because I feel like I have a bit more information built out and I have a better understanding of what's going to happen on the day. But some people are really successful in the first 30 minutes. You just have to be willing to get up a bit earlier and have levels ready and have an idea of what you want to happen and where you want price to go. Because without it, you're kind of screwed. You're just kind of throwing darts. But yeah, I usually wait 30 minutes to an hour before market opens, even when I'm up already. Unless I was up the night before trading Globex and have a pretty like intimate knowledge of like our levels and participants that were in overnight. But without it, it's just not worth my time. All right. Goodbye, guys. I'm gonna get off. I will see you either tomorrow or Friday. Peace.